Page 2 of my brief shows that there's no recent sales for the subject property that I was able to find. Has a street view photo, and then page 3 has their overhead view. Page 4, my rent comparables. These are the same comparables submitted for all the properties that we're going to be discussing today. They're all bank properties. They're all standalone bank properties or standalone banks with one additional tenant in them, which I felt is the best comparison for the banks that we're going to be dealing with today. So that's primarily why they were selected. And they show an average rental rate, net rent rate of $26.22, a median of $26.50, and a min-max between $18 and $36 for banks. Page 5 of my brief has the income stream. There's only one income stream on this property. There's the bank, and then there's a basement rate as well. So the bank we have modeled at $23.67 per foot. And the basement, call it substandard basement, primarily used for storage and the like, $4.44 a foot. All the parameters that we'll be discussing today are modeled and will be fairly consistent. As our bank class, I believe we keep consistent vacancy at 2%, expenses at 3%, shortfall at $8, and then the capitalization rates will fluctuate a little bit. Generally for banks, they'll be a little bit lower, somewhere between the 5.5% and 7% rate. So our capitalized value, as you can see, $1,045,000 using the income approach. Page 6 of my brief has that breakdown for you again showing our same estimated market value. Page 7 of our brief is our comparable capitalization rate tables. It's fairly standard things that you've seen before. Our capitalization rates, Colliers, CBRE, and Cushman Wakefield. You'll notice that we don't have a specific bank class that's tracked for capitalization rates. Depending on the type of property, it'll generally fall somewhere between an office and retail in terms of cap rates. If you continue scrolling down, you'll see that they are in compliance and submitted their income and expense information. That's all good. They confirm that it's fully owner occupied. So we don't have any arm's length lease in place to go off of for this one. So we are turning to our market values. Continuing down, we have the rest of the income and expense mailer. The COVID questionnaire that was mailed out for this year. Again, because it's owner occupied, there wasn't a significant impact on any rental agreement. From what I can see, they just had some minor expenses that were incurred, which I think is fairly standard for COVID. It mentions shields and I believe some extra cleaning supplies. So that's all the information I have on this subject property. And again, recommending that the 2023 assessment be confirmed today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bell, do you have any questions for the assessor?
Well, before I start that, I just realized something. Our company served the city of Winnipeg with a letter about a week and a half ago, and it was a cease and desist the use of all proprietary Colliers information. And I just emailed it to the secretary and to the assessor, and I'd like the assessor to remove all reference to Colliers in his reports. And what I'm referring to is on his page 7, the column marked Colliers Q1 2021, and the third paragraph that says that rates are further supported by comparison with market reports from Colliers. Just wondering if we could dispense with this now.
Is that directed to me?
It was to the board. It was to the board and the assessor.
All the information that's been submitted by the city is public information. We're not specifically relying on any one cap rate or the other. And for proceeding today, I'm not intending to refer to Colliers cap rates in any way. So If that's enough to satisfy the applicant, I'd like to proceed without these obstructions.
Sorry, I'm just reading the letter. Okay, thank you. I've read the letter. We will proceed. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Sorry, and I understand the scope of what I'm asking for. It may or may not be something the board can do. Will you be able to make a note on the board's decision that I have asked for it to be removed?
We just make a decision based on the evidence. We can't make notes like that would have bearing on other hearings.
No,
this is not a court of law. So
in your summary, you put a list of documents.
Oh,
and
yes.
In that list of documents, note that Colliers objects to one particular document. That's what I was getting at.
I mostly listed as a communication.
Oh, okay. So you could list it as a communication.
I can, yes.
Okay, perfect. That's fine.
Okay.
Just for the board's information, these reports have been abused and been presented in a misleading fashion. And Colliers does not want any part of this. This is from our corporate office in Toronto who sent this. So they do not care for this. They're not in the business of supporting litigation by third parties in any way whatsoever, especially when the reports have been presented incorrectly. So I will proceed with questions.
yes, please proceed with your questions.
You've stated that you have no bank class in capitalization. Does the same statement hold true for vacancy?
No, the vacancy is modeled based on the type of property that it is. So banks, I believe, are getting a lower vacancy rate than other office or retail properties.
And how big is that sample size?
I can't tell you the number. I don't know.
Well, do you judge investment properties or owner properties in this sampling?
We generally judge net leases that get submitted to us through the income and expense mailers. It's our primary source of information.
In regard to the banks and the sampling of the vacancy, do they come from owner occupied sites or investment sites or both?
I don't believe they would come from owner sites because owner sites generally aren't going to have a vacancy if they're owner occupied.
Now, if they come from investment sites, where does a building go that has different tenants in it? For example, a bank in a strip mall. How is that classified?
Banks and strip malls are classified differently.
Well, I meant for purpose of determining a vacancy rate. Does that vacancy fall under bank or fall under retail?
I believe this falls under bank.
So you break out that portion of it in a income and expense return? Are you sure about that?
Well, if it's possible to, I think we would.
Okay, and what about there's a bank in my building I'm in, we have HSBC in the main floor. Would we be characterized as office or bank?
I'll tell you, I haven't reviewed that property.
Well, I have, and there is no classification for bank in it. So that's why I'm asking these questions. I have some doubts about your answer, but those are your answers. Now, when you when you look at the vacancy rates for banks, what, how do you account for the alternative use?
Alternative use.
Well, for example, one of the properties we're hearing today used to be a restaurant and now it's a bank. So how does it move from one category to the other?
Based on the renovations and the usage of the property.
And if it were to go vacant, would it be, and the eventual tenant was a restaurant again, would it be listed as a bank vacancy or a restaurant vacancy?
I would suggest that it would be listed as a bank vacancy until it becomes a restaurant, and then it would once again be classified as a restaurant.
I see. And are you involved in the modeling process?
Nope.
And would the answers for the modelers differ from yours?
To my knowledge.
Okay. Sorry, I've noticed that most assessors are extremely reluctant to discuss what the modelers do and don't do. So I'm not trying to be go off the path here. I just, it's a different answer from what I've heard in the past. In regard to banks themselves, there have been a fair amount of obsolescence factors in banks. Are they accounted for in modeling?
What types of obsolescence?
Well, mostly the shift to electronic banking, which is seeing the no more need for paper storage and lesser need for counter service. Has that been accounted for in your modeling?
I would say yes, because our model is based off of the net rents that we receive from our bank tenants.
Well, if you have a net lease that was drawn up 20 years ago, are you suggesting that they've managed to capture today's obsolescence?
Why would our model be based on leases from 20 years ago?
I'm asking the questions, just hypothetically.
Hypothetically, I don't believe the model is based on leases from 20 years ago, largely. So now you're testifying that the leases that you're presenting here today are, none of them are step-up leases? Some of them could be step-up leases. I didn't say that at all.
Mr. Neufeld, we're dealing with this property and questions regarding.
I'm dealing with his evidence, page 4. Are you aware that number comp 2 is a step up from 1999?
Yes, you just made me aware of that.
Okay, so earlier you answered a question, if we had a step up, did it capture obsolescence? And so perhaps that's perhaps they don't catch it. Is that fair to say?
No, that's not fair to say.
Okay. And have you had a chance to inspect this property?
I have not.
And so do you know what they do in the basement?
I don't know what they do in the basement. Nope.
Okay. In regard to the capitalization rates, are you aware of a single capitalization rate for any bank that's transacted in the market?
No, I'm not aware of any specific bank transactions.
Now, other assessors have been bringing in some samples of transactions that occur in the field they represent, but you have none of them to present?
There's no sample in my brief.
Do you know how the modelers came up with the rate then? Did they have banks to look at?
Can't say how many banks they looked at.
Pardon me?
I can't say how many banks they've looked at.
Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mann, do you have any questions for the assessor?
Just for my own edification, I see in page 5 of your income, market income, you've got the potential rent and the vacancy loss of 2%. You also indicated that owner occupied, which this is, generally have 100% vacancy. That 2% is from the modeling?
That's right.
That's an allowance.
Yeah, so it's modeled based on market. So if a property goes vacant, we don't chase it out and adjust the vacancy to some huge number. And then when it's fully occupied, same thing, we'll use a modeled standard market rate. Yeah, we don't flip those based on the individual occupancy term to term.
And then one other question I have with respect to the cap rate calculation, you indicated that it was a combination, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, combination between retail and office to determine the appropriate capitalization. Is that a modeling aspect, or was that cap rate that you came up with independently?
It's a combination of both. Like Mr. Neufeld pointed out, we don't have a lot of bank transactions, so we can't have a huge sample size of just bank cap rates. So that's why I think we're kind of falling into an office retail hybrid here for what these properties represent.
And the office hybrid retail, just as a follow-up, is based on, that would be like office, suburban B space, or retail. Any particular in the retail, which property type would you be giving more weight to?
Yeah, so I would say it would depend on the bank that we're going to be discussing today, because some of them are brand new and some of them are older and some of them are in better locations and some of them are in worse locations. But yeah, generally in that suburban AB range, some of the nicer ones I think would trend with a lower cap rate, less risk, and then some of the older ones, lesser locations might present a higher cap rate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Linklater. Do you have any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
I have no questions either. So Mr. Neufeld, please proceed your presentation.
I did have a follow-up question based on the first question that was asked about owner-occupied banks. In this case, you will hear that the basement is empty. Now, would you not consider that an owner-occupied bank with an empty basement, in this case, would have a 45.5% vacancy?
I haven't established that the basement is empty, no.
Well, again, perhaps I'll phrase it then as a hypothetical. If you were to be aware, knowing that you're not aware of it, but if you were to be aware that the basement is empty, would you not say that this owner-occupied site was 45% vacant?
Interesting question, right? Because it's substandard storage space we're allotting it to, not office space. So I can't tell you exactly how we would classify that for modeling purposes.
Okay. I'm finished. Should I start my own presentation?
Yes, please proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
The site is owner occupied. It is was built at a time when this was Crosstown Credit Union originally, and they've changed their name and merged, and with a few other credit unions along the way. But it was built at a time when banking was different than it is today. Their spec building at the time it was built required a basement for paper storage. That's the way life was in 1985. Today, the basement has the Christmas decorations storage in it as its primary use. It's empty. I've been in there 2-3 times and there's nothing down there anymore. I believe there might be a very small staff room, a kitchen area down there that's about I actually have notes on it here somewhere, but it's about 150 square feet. And that's very, very typical of the obsolescence these buildings face, is that they were built for this space. Now you can see that we've left it in as basement space because it's a question of semantics. It exists. It provided some utility, but that particular utility is obsolete now. Now, what we do is not look at banks as a separate standalone item, because if you appraise something as a bank, you're appraising the user, which is a business aspect. You're not appraising the real estate, and we're not allowed to praise the user. We have to do the real estate. And banks have alternate uses. Banks are located in strip malls. Banks get changed and people take them over. Think of all the banks that closed down on Corridon, and there's about 3 or 4 of them. They're no longer banks. They've shifted to an alternative use. It's a building. It's real estate. And it's very misleading to think that because there's a bank in there who have the ability to pay and are very good credit risk should be treated as some special form of real estate. That's called the leasehold or the value in use. That's not called market. And that's essentially where the whole message we're trying to say. It's not special nor unique. Now, on the rent side, I'll point out that what we were doing on page 3 is these are banks where we have intimate details, we'll call it, of the lease transactions, and we know that they're free of creative financing. The typical problem with a bank lease is some chains, some chartered banks want their leaseholds amortized in the rent. Some do not, and that's why you see variances by type of bank as to which ones are want those amortized. But that is not market. That's financing the leaseholds, which have no business in a comparison whatsoever. So on page 3, these are managed by Colliers, and we have all of their details in our files, and we have the leases, and those are the numbers that are stable and reliable from actual market value. The concept of a basement was something that really is very difficult to find a rent, because before the last time building codes were changed, it was common, you could see that there would be some rentals, but now it's just not worth the money to even bother. That's changed as well in the obsolescence factor. To have a basement rent, you need to have separate demised areas, separate services, and it has to meet code for air, for electricity, for fire. And it's just not happening anymore. Now, these ones that we're looking at, I was actually in page 3, I'm just referring to, it was actually in 434 Archibald about a week and a half ago. So that is still plugging along. It has separate entrances. The owner's upgraded the HVAC, and he's still only getting $4 a foot. And he has viable tenants in there, and you can walk in off the street and go visit his tenants through their separate entrance. Now, we've left it in because we think that the matter was probably best dealt with on the vacancy side, that we had this space, it's obsolete, and on a cash basis, or remember, we should be thinking about a cash basis here on the rent. I said 45%, that's a per square foot basis. That's the current vacancy. On a cash basis, it's much lower. And that's what really matters in the market. That vacancy is about 15%. That's how much they're losing on income on it, because it's really not rentable. We've applied 10.5%, and that's an office rate. That is there's no such thing as a bank vacancy rate, period. The sample size is so low that again, the only banks that have come on the market that have been vacant are 2 or 3 old blocks on Corridon that were changed into something else. Nothing has hit the market. There is no such thing as a bank vacancy rate. When they're located in strip malls, for example, it's going to be in the retail side. When they're in office buildings, like my building, they're going into the office side. Now, I have in front of me the Johnson report, and this is where we get our information from. And Mr. Johnson goes through and surveys as all the building operators in the city and publishes his report twice a year. So in this report, we have given you his excerpts, and now it's marked June of 2021. So before we worry about post-reference, I'll repeat what I keep saying. Mr. Johnson, Wayne, collects his data the previous year. up till the end of December. He does have last minute additions. Then he spends the next few months compiling his report and verifying it and publishes it in June. If you have one of these reports, you will not find a transaction that's dated past January of 2021. It's the publication date, June of 2021, not the data. And I did formerly work with Mr. Johnson and his predecessor, Ken Croach, they used to be, we were in the same office years ago, so I am quite familiar with how it's created. So the Johnson report on my pages 9 to 13, this is the vacancy report that where they classify office, and they put in the all banks, anything that has a bank in this, and I just spotted one, and I was gonna just point it out to you on the suburban side on I noticed that Steinbach Credit Union was listed in here for their site at Kenaston and McGilvery, and just to show you that banks are included in office in the marketplace, because it's alternate use. It's not always going to be a bank. Here we go on page 12, under the bottom half, about 1/3 of the way down, 2100 McGilvery Steinbach Credit Union. That's how they're classed in the marketplace with an office vacancy, because the alternate use as real estate will be office. And you'll hear the restaurant story shortly. So what we've used is an office vacancy rate, and we looked at just a balance of this out, looking at the general rates and then the downtown rates, and don't know if we put this page in here. Yes, page 8. This is the summary, and this is close enough to downtown to be impacted by it. And we've looked at a downtown total 11.1%, and then the suburban total 9.9%. We're looking at about 10.5%. All of the indicators in office are speaking to very high vacancies, and especially in 2020 when this report was compiled. And on our page 8, you'll also see the other interesting issue that I was bringing up about sample size. For example, if one wanted to key in on a particular user, say for example, medical in downtown, the sample size is 300,000 square feet, which is far too small to provide you a reliable number. This is simple statistics analysis. Larger sample sizes relate to more accuracy. And if we have trying to find vacant banks, those two on Corridon that came up in 2021, you're going to be misled as to what a vacancy rate is. In regard to expenses, we disagree strongly with the assessor's position on speculating that 3% is adequate. On page starting on page 42, this was a job that I have personally undertaken to analyze non-recoverable costs in managed buildings. All of these buildings are clients of ours, and we have access to their statements and all their records. And I'm up to 2025 numerically, so I still have another 2 pages to finish off. And these properties, so this is what they're reporting for their non-recoverable costs. And they vary, and that's the key here. It isn't 1 year and, oh, it doesn't exist anymore. Here's a very interesting one on page 42. We have 4 consecutive years of 200 Portage. 200 Portage was owned by the Bank of Nova Scotia, who vacated it. Now, which seems strange because that never showed up in the 2%. If you put 100,000 square feet of bank space on the market, that's going to cause a really big blip in the vacancy when Bank of Nova Scotia moved out and it became vacant. That space was later absorbed by G3. And you can see in the 4 years that the last year that Bank of Nova Scotia was in there, non-recoverables were quite low. And then we had turnover. Then it goes to 33% for 2 years. And this is not construction costs. These are the costs associated with putting in new tenants that happen on a regular basis, not every year, every 3 to 5 years generally when leases turn over. And you can see, so when you annualize this, then you can understand that it's just not 1 year in isolation. These things just go up and down. And that's why we use allowances to balance those off. Now, actually, there's a couple of other so-called bank sites in here at the bottom of the page. 317 Donald, which is owned by Credit Union Central. It's actually not a bank, it's a data processing center. But I was speaking about obsolescence. This building, which was approximately 60,000 square feet, was built to process checks. So all the credit union checks got trucked there and manually tallied and accounts adjusted and sent out to the credit unions afterwards. Well, with electronics, they're down to using 1 floor out of the 6 floors because it's not necessary anymore. That's obsolescence. Now it's been rented out to other users, and you can see their non-recoverables are 12%, 17%. The other property I was speaking of is the building I'm sitting in right now, 330 St. Mary. You've got a bank on the main floor. Our non-recoverables vary from 7.5 to 8%. Below it, 350 Northtown, 2 banks in there, 6.03%. The following page have a number of properties that have a mix of retail and banks in them, and they all show the same thing. At the bottom of the page, 2025 Corridon has 1 bank in there for sure, 6.54% are the non-recoverables, and it has vacancies that are not at 2%. That's where this property blends in. Oh, there's another one I just noticed, 1502 St. Mary's, which is actually one of our comps, rent comps, has a financial institution, 8.59% non-recoverables that particular year. 1631 St. Anne's Road has a Bank of Montreal drive-through in it. Now in 2017, their non-recoverables were 14.4%. In 19, they were only 0.41%, and that was tenant turnover, not construction costs. It's all the other costs that are associated with it. They vary, these non-recoverables. So that annualized is, 7.4% annually. So the mean on this, which was chopped off, is 8%. So an allowance of 7%, 2% for capital, 5% for non-recoverables is a fact of life and includes banks and shows you that this is where banks get categorized, either in retail or in office. In regard to the capitalization rate, now again, this is a work in progress because I'm a late starter. On page 20, I can't find it here. Okay, page 30 is the Colliers Canada cap rate. And I'm going to let you know not only how that works, but what the concerns are with the people abusing it. This report is done by National, and the local people are contacted. You can see on page 33 that Rob's picture is there. And now this would fall under whatever bank, whatever building the bank is in, or whatever classification it would be in. It could be suburban office or downtown office. And you can see that those are the rates, 6 to 6.75%. Those are the best rates, not a percentile. Those are the best rates. Definitions are on page 34, and they describe what we're looking for when we're trying to apply a cap rate. The issue on the usage of this on page 36, I blew it up so I could show you what our objection is. The user is required to conduct their own due diligence and verification. Due diligence. And that doesn't mean going through their mailers. That means calling people and going through leases and getting details on transactions. You know, the real work of evaluation, not office work, looking at a pile of papers. Now, if you go back to page 32, and by the way, sorry, I'm taking some time on this, I won't on the others. On page 32 is what we're trying to tell the world, and that is the concern on direct capitalization and the reliance people are putting on creative financing. And what we're now seeing is that as investors become more desperate, the people aren't buying things on the basis of the income in place, and you have to do a much more careful job of vetting out what is a true income capitalization rate between one that is based on speculation. And so yesterday, incidentally, it was interesting, I presented 17 cap rates on apartment blocks. Of those, 4 were for speculation, never to be used. And the rest were based on the income. Now, if you're applying the income approach, you're not putting the speculation approach on, you're doing income. It must be based on the income the building is believed to be able to generate on the day of sale, period. Now, what we now do as a double check is we like to, and we didn't invent this, by the way. This was before direct capitalization came around. Every appraiser had to know how mortgage, equity, and band of investment work. Don't hear about it anymore, but this is how capitalization was invented. It was invented not to give us and a board an idea of how value should be estimated. It was invented so that the banks knew you had the money to pay your loan, to pay your mortgage. That's it. And if you stray from that principle, you do not have a cap rate any longer. What we're trying to remind the world is you need it. Now, page 32 is now our double check. This is a simplified version of it. The actual one is far more detailed. But essentially what this thing does is it looks at the spread between 3 factors: the bond yield, an average mortgage rate, and capitalization rates on the market. Now, over this time period, and up to including Q1 2021, the spread on the bond yield was 4 points, and that makes a lot of sense. This is how you know that you're looking at an actual cap rate. Now, there was a time, if you'll note, in 2008. Where the things got a little different. Now, in 2008, you look at the mortgage.
Mr. Neufeld, in the interest of time, because this is a long docket, we understand cap rates, and can you move on with less of a history lesson of cap rates today, and more evidence for property on the docket?
I think it's a very important principle, and I got to tell you, the last 3-4 hearings I've had, I have been like the voice crying out in the wilderness, and my clients pay money to have their appeals heard. I'll do my best. I'll drop the history lesson.
Thank you.
but the point is, I'll restate the point. If there is no relationship of the cap rate to mortgage rates and bond yields, it is not a cap rate. It's creative financing. What we've done now, we know how the Colliers cap system worked, and we have optimal rates and ranges. And I won't read this to you, but on page, this is all part of the system that Colliers has, and this is not my work. There's a portion that I'm responsible for, but this is the way professionals in the world work now to check. And I sorry, I was just looking for this the page number I could refer you to if you want to know how we create cap rates. Page 29. And this is the appraisal portion of it, where we have 23 points of comparison. And this is the description of those rates. And then that takes us back to page 2. So we start with the optimal rate. The best investment of any office retail property would be 6%, the best. And from there, we compare our subject to that on points of value. So the first one is closing costs. Colliers always sticks in the land transfer tax and the agent's commissions in the closing costs and adds that to the sale price. It artificially lowers the cap. It is what they do in their business, but for appraisal and assessment, it's not what we do. So that is adjusted, and that 3 points I've show there indicates an adjustment of the cap rate of 0.15 percentage points. So the 6 becomes a 6.15. That's the basement. Then we look at the other factors, and much of this is income driven. It's the most important factor of anything. In this case, what we were looking at was a building size and layout, which was a little building on a large piece of land. It's inviting a bulldozer. You're not going to get a great return. You're renting 4,000 square feet. It's not going to. That's an issue that an investor's not going to care for. They want a denser development. Those issues might change the cap rate a quarter point. The design and layout, as I said, the basement's obsolete. But because it's such a small contributor of income, again, that changes the cap rate by 0.15 percentage points. Year built, it's not new. There's the very minor change, that's 0.05 percentage points. Quality and condition, it is an aged building, and I've stated the obsolescence and the issues in it, and that comes into another factor. So why this is important is if this goes to the market, it's going to have an alternate use. So you're going to walk in and you're going to be looking at counters and vaults. The adaptive reuse of a vault is negligible, and it's dead space because you can't remove it. It's too difficult to remove, and some of them are actually tied into structural support. I'm not entirely sure about this one, but I've never seen a vault removed because it usually involves taking a wall up. The best adaptive reuse I've ever seen on a vault is a chiropractor who put his x-ray machine inside it. That was good creative thinking. But that's what we're looking with on the investment market. So we have 7.25% would be the indicated cap rate on a property in the condition and usage it's in today. That's my presentation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cuthbert, do you have any questions?
I do, thank you. Did you prepare the briefs that we're going to be discussing today?
No, it was an office preparation.
Okay. Your bank rents here, which ones of these are step-up rents?
Step-ups? My understanding that I believe all of these were renegotiations.
Okay.
We're not reporting a lot of step-ups anymore. Honestly, we're in the business of making money on commissions. We like 5-year leases to get renegotiated.
Yeah. When did you inspect the property?
I had last. Well, one of the people who was involved in preparation inspected it about a month and a half ago. My last inspection, personal inspection, I can give you a date. I've got 2020 as a date, November 16th, 2020.
Your bank comparables, are they all located in strip malls?
No. The first one is a community shopping center. The second is a strip mall. The third is a strip mall. Third and fourth. The fifth is office. The sixth is a community neighborhood shopping center. The next Portage is standalone. Henderson is a shopping center, and 2025 is a shopping center.
Okay, thank you. Your shortfall calculation of $8.79. Can you walk us through that?
Yes, on page 1, we calculated the tax load, which is the actual tax load from the previous year, and then added utilities, and the 245 is very similar, probably the same thing the assessor uses for business tax modeling, and it's pretty close to the mark. And then $1 estimated for repair and maintenance, so that gets us $8.79.
The photo on page 7 of your brief, is that the basement we're looking at? The second photo?
Yes, that is a photo of the basement, and I just want to check and see the date on that one. View. Yeah, that's the one I've got marked for November of 2020.
And you stated it's for storage, and there's a kitchenette down there for
Yeah.
staff breaks, that sort of thing.
Yes.
But also you would consider it vacant?
Yeah, this is just dead storage. This is we got some extra desks and chairs and cabinets, and put them here. It's easier than getting rid of them.
Okay, no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mann, do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Ms. Linklater?
I have no questions. Thank you.
I have no questions either. Does anyone have need for a summary?
No, thank you.
I'm fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the next matter on the docket is 230 Portage Avenue. Mr. Kupfer, please proceed when you're ready.
That is file number 22-1813, roll number 120931160000, 230 Portage Avenue. This one is not owner occupied. We do have a lease in place. It is occupied and in use as a bank, though. You can see Canada Western Bank on page 2 of my brief. Again, we have no recent sales to go off of. This is a 2-story built in 1985. So again, a little bit of an older building. Gross leasable area of 9,765 square feet between the 2 floors. We have a 2023 modeled assessment of $2,133,000 that we're going to be recommending today. Page 2 and 3 of the brief, short photos. You can see we're right downtown here. Page 4 has the same comparables that I've submitted for the previous property, same comparables you're going to see for all of them today. Again, it's not a strip mall or in any sort of shopping center. It's a standalone building. So those are what I feel to be the best comparables. Page 5 of my brief has our income summary, 9,765 square feet with a net modeled rent of just under $15 a foot. Like I said, our bank parameters should be modeled the same. So 2% vacancy again, 3% expenses, $8 shortfall, and a capitalization rate of 6.45% derives our value. Page all the way down to page 11 of our brief now. We can see the income and expense mailer that was submitted, the commercial rent roll, and the income statement. So like I said, it's not owner occupied. There is a net rent in place for the subject of $18 a foot. So our model is actually about $3 a foot lower than the arm's length lease that's in place. So at this point, you know, our positions, if anything, we're probably undervaluing it a bit by about $3 a foot. But my recommendation today is to maintain the assessed value, $2,133,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Neufeld, do you have any questions for the assessor?
Yes, I do. You said that it's at $18 a foot. Now on page 12, do you see there is, first of all, this is a single tenant property, correct?
Yes, to my knowledge.
And on page 12, do you see the net income amount?
I do, yeah.
185.10 actual year to date. You see that? And on page 11, you see parking rent, 28,800.
I do.
Is that for off-site parking?
I believe so, yeah. Parking lot, that would be a different property.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, maybe you want that to revise your concept of whether or not your table rent was maybe perhaps a bit closer to the actual when you take out the income next door.
I'm not including the income next door. The $18 a foot is for the subject property that we're discussing. I'm not talking about parking revenue.
Right, but the point is, you see that it's not a net lease, that there are other expenses on this single tenant building.
No, I'm showing a net rate in place of $18 a foot for the building.
Well, you're also showing $180,910 under the heading marked net income, which includes parking of $28,800.
Yes, for a different property.
Right. So
Right.
you don't see that, do you?
Yes, I can see that.
Okay. Now, in this case, it's the same vacancy as the other properties. Was there any consideration given for the downtown location in your bank vacancies?
No,
So every bank, regardless of where it's located, is 2%?
I believe so.
Just a question on this. In this case, you're no longer, you're only counting the upper two floors, correct?
Correct.
And there is a basement in here, is there not?
I believe so, yeah.
And do you have your assessor's notes from the time that assessors went down and looked at the basement? I believe it was Merrick who went down there.
No, I don't have those on hand.
Okay. And I'm just curious here because I have been down there and it's a finished basement. It's in use for a boardroom, but in this case, you're following the lease, not the physical dimensions.
In this case, for whatever reason, we're not assigning any value for the basements.
Okay, those are my questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mann.
No, thank you.
Ms. Linklater.
No questions, thank you.
I have no questions either, so Mr. Neufeld, please proceed with your presentation.
Yes, thank you. Well, as you can observe from my questions, we actually are using the paid rent. It's a single tenant building, and it's been a single tenant building for 20, 30 years. And as a result, the statement is fairly reliable. There are a fair amount of non-recoverables in the building, and it's not, and I'm saying it's not a true net lease. The actual net is, as I mentioned, is the 180,000 less the 28,000 for the parking next door. They own the parking lot next door, and the rents are reported in the statement. It's a joint statement, so it was clearly noted to all parties. And the other thing we noted is that the budget was actually significantly lowered, 169,000. So I believe that the additional income in the reference period was a it was a reduction in the property taxes due to appeal. So the actual budgeted income was 169,000, less than 28,000 for the 29,000 for the parking. So that's indicating a value of about 140,000 was the projected net income. As a result of that issue, knowing that how the income was generated, we rather than debate the matter, we would just accept the assessor's numbers because they're close. However, the interesting thing is when we're talking about basements is we went through this building. I don't remember the exact date, but on page 5, those are the pictures. That's the basement. That's a lot nicer looking than 1250 Portage. They use it. There's a boardroom and a staff room down there, and the total area, including the basement, is 14,665 square feet, and it reads on the lease of 9765. And the reason is, just to make sure we understand the difference between owner occupied and managed properties, is it is managed. So therefore, the manager has to put on standards of measurement. That would be BOMA based. The manager puts the BOMA standard on, an appraiser would put appraisal institute standards on, a broker would put Manitoba Real Estate Board standards on, which all indicate that we don't count basement space because we can't call it as leasable. And you know, we have this hodgepodge here. So the city seems to be going two ways. The first one, 1250 Portage, no way is that leasable. But it's added there. In this one, it's not leasable, and it's not on there. So there is no continuity in their system. It's been an ad hoc sort of situation. I was involved with them striking it off after we showed them the standards, and that's why we get some confusion. We're looking at it here today. Now the same matter comes up. So summarize, the income is what it's actually earning. The same issue with the vacancy. This is office. There's no ATM. There's no walk-up traffic. This is actually a loans office more than anything else. It's Canadian Western Bank, commercial loan lender, and it's a financial institution, but it's an office. So the office numbers apply. And alternate use, any use is going to be office where it's located. And that's a true vacancy rate, 10.5%. You've already heard how that was calculated. Again, our estimate of shortfall was calculated the same way. And the cap rate at 7% And the issues there are that, again, the best rate is 6%. Deductions from it would be the fact that we have to convert those rates to normalized rates, removing closing costs. The second floor basement is not rentable. It's storage. The user has it for his use. It's an amenity, but it's not rentable. It's a little bit older and a little bit dated. And again, the cost of alternate use. So we estimate that at 7%, and that again would be more downtown office than anything else. That's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cupper. Do you have any questions for Mr. Neufeld?
I do, thank you. Why didn't you include the income and expense mailer in your brief?
Well,
The one that shows a net rent of $18 a foot.
well, firstly, that's a strange question to ask me why I don't include your evidence, but normally we put in the statements in here, and I guess this particular time it was missed.
Okay, that's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mann.
No, thank you.
Ms. Linklater?
No questions, thank you.
Nor do I. Thank you.
Sorry,
very
I have to can I restate my answer? I have a better answer. We didn't get it this year. Sorry, we checked, it was a verbal, never mind. It was a bit too early for me. This particular client was late giving us their mailers.
Okay, thank you.
That's my only question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we will take a short recess now before proceeding to the next matter. Thank you. Asians.
I don't, I just went back to my old just.
Right. Welcome back, everybody. The next matter on the docket is 3161 Portage Avenue. Mr. Cupper, please proceed when you're ready.
That is file number 22-2316, roll number 075690933300, 3161 Portage Avenue. This is another owner-occupied access credit union. It was built in 2010. It's a two-story bank. Total leasable area we have is 5,200 square feet. And a 2023 modeled assessment of $2,830,000 that we'll be recommending today. It's owner occupied, built in 2010, so there's no sale of the building or the property. Page 2 and page 3 has our photos. First one front facing. The second one here, the overhead, which shows it's a pretty big property. It's a little over an acre. And it stretches out in kind of rectangular form like that. The back space is green space, not in use for the income generation of the property. And thus, you can see on page 5, we have it modeled and categorized as additional land value. So that's something different that you'll be seeing here. So 5,200 square feet leasable area. That's spread out over 2 floors, the main floor and the upstairs, with an average net rent modeled at $25.91. Again, 2% vacancy, 3% expenses, $8 shortfall, and 5.65% cap rate drives our value. As this is owner occupied, as indicated on the mailer further down in my brief, we get expense information, but no income to go off of. So again, we're turning to our model and our comparables. Where again, I think my sample size of standalone banks supports our modeled rate quite well here. In my opinion, the additional land value is suspect at $578,000. Essentially what's happening here is the back 1/3 of the property. Our department deemed it, like I said, was not part of the income generation of the property. So it's being assigned that additional land value. $578,000 though, by my calculation, works out to about $38.50 a foot, which I found to be quite heavy, especially for excess land. So I'm going to recommend a reduction on the excess land value to $15 a foot. 15,000 square feet would be $225,000. Plus the capitalized rates of 2,252 means I'm going to recommend a value today of $2,477,000 based on that reduction to the excess land value, which I think would be modeled high. So that's my recommendation for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Neufeld, are you willing to accept the reduction?
You are me.
There's a lot of other issues here, so it's a nice start. Thank you, but we'll carry on.
Okay, so then do you have any questions for the assessor?
Yes, I do. Well, just starting with the land, you verbally provided some numbers, but you haven't provided any land values in your report, have you?
Correct.
Okay. And is this a single titled property or are there multiple titles?
I didn't do a title search.
Okay, so are you aware that it costs money to separate land and sell it in our city?
Yes, I'm aware there are costs associated with subdivision of land.
So is it, and you don't know if it's subdivided now or not?
I don't believe it is.
Okay. So shouldn't those costs be taken into account if you believe that it to be marketable?
They are being taken into account in my suggested rate of $15 a foot.
Oh, you're, okay, okay, you haven't documented. Now, I think that this is acceptable, rebuttal, because I want to put this to you. Have you taken into account the caveats and easements on the land?
I'm not aware of any.
Now, I'm going to ask the board's permission. May I produce these to you so you know what I'm referring to? I'm not going to spend time on them. I ask a question. I want you to know that there's something behind it.
Were they filed with your evidence?
No, they weren't.
Why not?
I have no reason to give you why they weren't filed with the evidence, but other than to say that we did not consider that there was a value here, and now the assessor is indicating a value and indicating an adjustment. And I asked him a question if he had considered it, and he said no. So on the basis of his answer, I believe it's acceptable rebuttal on verbal. And if not, I'm sending it. And if not, that's fine. I'll move on.
Yes, I believe it's too late to accept that at this time, but
okay, I've been in other hearings, and when you object to what somebody said verbally, or when you think that it's wrong, that you can then put it in at a later date. But you know, I'll move on.
It's presenting it as rebuttal.
oh,
Do you want to take a recess to?
yes, we'll take a recess to discuss it then.
Okay.
we'll still give you a break. So.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. We have reviewed the caveat and the easement. We will allow it to be admitted as rebuttal evidence. I believe right now we were on, I believe, Mr. Newfield's questions for Mr. Kupfer. Is that correct?
Yes. I believe so.
Yes. Okay.
So are you aware of the caveats and easements?
To an extent, yes. I haven't had the time to read the entire document.
Oh, no, I meant prior to me providing it today. Were you aware of them?
No.
Okay. So is there, are you aware of discussions that occurred with other people in your department on these caveats and easements?
No.
Now, when a property is impacted by restricted usage on it, would you not agree that it impacts its development capability?
It can.
And do you know the history of how this property was created?
No, I don't.
All right. And have you had the opportunity to inspect it?
Nope, I have not been inside the building.
On your page 5, you have a rate per square foot. Is this to be applied to both levels?
Yes, both levels.
So would that be broken down to approximately 3,800 square feet on the main floor and 1,400 square feet on the upper level?
That is exactly what I have on file.
Okay, and not having inspected it, how have you had a chance to read and look at the pictures that were provided and what exists on that second level? And has that changed your opinion of value at all?
I can see your photos here, although I can't tell what is where. Looks like storage and break room area.
All right. Then question on the vacancy. So again, just confirming 2% is everywhere in the city classified as a bank. It's the 2%.
I believe that's what we model, I believe, yes.
Now, what would make the difference in this particular case on requesting a lower cap rate than we've seen on some of the other properties? What are the indicators in the value and the cap rate that change it?
Between this property and the others we discussed, I would suggest it's the age of the property, that it's a newer building that's deriving a lower cap rate than the previous two that we talked about.
Age. I'm going to keep on subject here, but yesterday I sat through a hearing where we listened to 5 buildings built between 1912 and 1973, and they all had the same cap rate.
Mr. Neufeld, it's question time.
I know. I'll keep on it. So in that particular case, there was no age difference. Now you're telling me today there is an age difference. Are you sure about your answer?
I can speak to your other hearing.
All right, that's a fair answer. So, those are my questions then. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mann.
No, nothing. Thank you.
Ms. Linklater.
Yes, Mr. Kupfer, just one question in regards to your recommendation on the excess land. What was your calculation to come up with the $15 per foot?
Yeah, so the only comparable I could really find was actually the adjoining property to the north on Greenway.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to object. That's not in evidence, and had it been in evidence, I would have the opportunity to question it and respond to it. I know a little bit about it, the sale, so I'll let the board decide what they want to do.
It's the board member's question.
Yeah, I'd just like to know how he derived this calculation, so.
No, it was brought up a comparable that we hadn't seen in evidence that he's began to discuss. I don't object in the numbers.
Yes, and Ms. Linklater was asking where he derived that number from.
And I was objecting to the answer, saying he found a sale that I haven't seen nor submitted.
You've definitely seen the sale and are aware of it.
Pardon me?
I would say you've definitely seen the sale and are aware of it. It's the adjoining property. It was sold in 2011. The property behind it.
You satisfied with the answer?
So Mr. Cupford, that property then sold for $15 a square foot. It had excess land?
No, it was it's a full acre behind it, sold in 2011 for a little under $10 a foot, and was redeveloped after that into a small scale multifamily. So just roughly basing it on around $10 a foot, selling in 2011, using $15 a foot today.
Okay. When did you make this calculation? Was that today? Yesterday?
I would say over the last couple of weeks, as I've been reviewing the file, I went over it and saw the excess lands, looked for comparables, couldn't find anything to support it. So my recommendation is based on the what I would say is the best available evidence that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I have no questions. So, Mr. Neufeld?
A redirect on the question of the land sale the assessor brought up. Who was the vendor?
I don't have that on hand.
You're not aware that it was the owner, Crosstown Credit Union, sold that lot to that particular developer?
As I said, I don't have that information on hand.
Were you aware that that particular developer only wanted land that was not impacted by caveats and easements, and therefore it was not interested in the rest of the land?
How would I possibly know that? No.
Why? You talked about the sale, so you had knowledge of it. So I asked, you're not aware of it? You're not aware of it?
No, I'm not aware of the opinions of the potential purchasers and sellers.
Well, you're saying that I'm presenting an opinion, and where does that come from? You're not aware that I was involved with this transaction?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. So if a piece of property is offered for sale and a multifamily investor wishes to develop on it, you don't think that they would take into account the impact of caveats and easements?
If the caveats and easements don't restrict what they want to do, then no, it wouldn't impact their valuation.
And you're not aware that that rearage land was not impacted by caveats and easements?
I'm not aware.
Okay, those are my questions. That was my redirect, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed with your presentation.
Yes, as rebuttal, again, the land sale that the assessor's talking about is improper. Crosstown Credit Union bought this land after it became surplus to Superstore, and they accepted the land under conditions where they had to have cross-access easements and caveats on usage, which restricted the amount of developable land. At the time they purchased it, the land was narrow frontage and very deep down Greenway, and included the rearage land. After the purchase, they subdivided the land at the request of a property developer who wanted to buy land. They had no interest in buying impacted land. This is not my opinion. This was my involvement. I advised them on this transaction when it occurred. And these are gained through firsthand knowledge. So what the assessor is doing is relying on a sale for better land that someone could put an apartment on, and they didn't want a high traffic easement impacted piece of land. So I think that was, I just want to put this all in the proper perspective. In regard to the subject property, this has been a much debated property, and all the time I've been dealing with it because of all the very interesting factors on it. Crosstown purchased it and developed it. The upper level is not office; it's storage. And on my page 7, 6, and 7. The bottom of, 6 is first floor, 7 is second floor. So there's a small lunchroom with a window that overlooks the bank, and then the rest of the site is record storage. Page 8 is, it's a duplicate picture of the top of 8, but the bottom of 8 is another picture. It's storage area. It's accessory space. It does not have barrier-free. Wait a second. No, I think it had to have barrier-free access because of code. I'd have to take that back. I know there's an elevator in the building. Regardless, it's not leasable space. It's not finished. It is accessory space. And that's been the problem on this for a long time. Now, why it occurred is that very early on, when the site was being developed, the plans submitted show that there's supposed to be a boardroom and offices up there. And at the first time this was presented at hearing, the assessor brought out the plans and said, well, no, look, see the plans? And we said, well, they didn't build it. So numerous inspections on the site have occurred, and it's been confirmed that it is not premium space, it's just storage space and accessory. So that's our issue. Now, I personally don't have an objection to applying whether the rent we used or the rent the assessor used on the main floor. That's not why we're here today. It's because the second floor should be assessed as accessory storage. And I think our number overall is far more reliable than what the assessor has on income, because it's not good space. The vacancy, again, we looked at the suburban and the office numbers and blended that to 8.45%. It's office. It's no such thing as a bank rate. Again, I'll repeat myself, the shortfall is huge because the taxes are huge. And the taxes are huge because it's carrying the whole lot, and it's really a small space to spread it over. So we come up with standardized rates for shortfall that, for example, the assessment departments are saying $8. Well, there's a universe of properties, and if you're putting $25 rents on properties, the shortfall cannot be $8, because the largest component is the taxes, and that's what the taxes are, in addition to the utilities. So if the building is empty, I'll remind the board that a shortfall is for paying the costs of space as vacant, and you can't get out of paying for taxes, and that's the risk that has to be put forward. There's no hypothetical here. There's no broad-based answers to this. It's a site-by-site issue. If the assessor chose to put $10 rents on properties across the city and then apply $8 shortfalls, then I guess we couldn't argue that point. But they use differential rents, which cause differential taxes, which means you have to use differential shortfalls. That's just logical. Again, we're using non-recoverables by our own study. This is owner occupied, so they don't track non-recoverables, they just pay for them. The capitalization rate, we do put a bit lower rate on this, and that would be somewhat, we agree with the assessor on the concept of the year built. But again, the difficulty on a cap rate is what an investor would look at for value, and alternatively use is something that they have to consider. What am I going to put in there, and what will it cost me to convert that to another usage? Going to the land on page 1 is the overhead, and you'll notice that the blue line is the titled lot. the green area is been vacant for 12, 13 years. And you can see that there's parking up north, and that's superstore parking. That's not on the subject land because they've got an easement to use it, caveat to use it. The easement runs behind the building for the access off Greenway and allowing traffic to go through. But the easements cover and caveats cover the drive-through as well as the I think looks like about 40-foot strip along the side and being next to the grocery store. Over the years, it's been a matter of debate. We've had different values promoted, and I just put in the last order, which on page 5, where they came up with oh, I see some familiar names there. So I don't want to bring up that panel member has heard this before, but it's just a fact of life. It's been debated, and the value that's attributable to a property is not based on its dirt. It's based on the rights attributed to it. And 12, 13 years of vacancy, in my mind, puts a very marginal value on this land. And we did not appeal the previous decision, which put it at 75,000. The property also has a very extensive history at the municipal board, and I think most of it's finally been cleared up in a rather sequential value, I believe. And now today, the assessor is saying it should go from 1.6 million to 2.4 million, and that's just not reasonable. What they're doing is they're just repeating the mistakes of the past. The second floor and the excess land. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cuthbert, do you have any questions for Mr. Newbell?
Do any of these caveats restrict small scale residential or multifamily development?
I just have to reread them. I'm sorry. There would be, well, yes. Firstly, the C3 zoning is a factor on that. Now, C3. I'm just looking at my principal use table, which starts page 20, page 19. I'm sorry. So C3 prohibits multifamily and single family. That's in page 19. So what was the other property type you mentioned?
Sorry, I asked about the caveats.
Right, you asked about prohibiting housing. I said, now the answer on that is yes, they are prohibited by zoning. And the other property type you mentioned you said small scale retail?
Residential.
Well, no, residential is prohibited.
Yeah, that was my question.
Okay, so prohibited usage.
Okay, based on the zoning, not based on the caveats.
Well, the caveats. I haven't read the caveat here on it, and not be used for retail sale of food. So that's out. Retail drug use or service station. That was the caveat. So the caveat prohibits many retail uses, and zoning prohibits multifamily uses. So there's not a lot left in between.
Okay. Could the property be rezoned if it were to be subdivided then?
You know, that's okay, the property is not rezoned. It is C3. It's being assessed and rate and valued as C3. Could it be done? Go ahead and try it. Because you know what a planner will say to you? Make an application and we'll see.
And you have not made that application? They haven't made an application to rezone it or to try and subdivide the property?
No, other than the parcel that was sold some time ago.
Okay. And again, you're using $23 a foot based on your strip mall retail bank comps. And this is not in fact in a strip mall at all.
It's on the pad site for a shopping center. So the $23 is fair. And I honestly, I don't object to your rate of $25.91. That's within range. However, I would not apply it to the upper level.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mann.
One of the things you said, Mr. Neufeld, was that non-recoverables aren't tracked by owner-occupied property, they just pay them. The non-recoverables that you have noted here are $4,513. Where did that number come from?
5% of the net income, which is just a way of stabilizing.
Okay. Model derived, another one of your model derived
No,
numbers?
well, it used to be the model for the city 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago. It used to be the rate, and it was a rate that appellants and the assessor both agreed on was a good standardized rate. And as I mentioned earlier, these numbers go up and down. And our own study indicates 8% as a mean, but you'll note that I've used 2% plus 5% for a total of 7%. The assessor is using 3%. We've just categorized it differently in that I'm trying to follow appraisal principles in that we generally allow for a structural reserve, and 2% is a very standardized number for a structural reserve.
I wasn't asking about structural reserve. I can see that in there, but thank you. Now, one last question. You've haven't assigned in your valuation or assessed value any value to the unoccupied land or the additional land. We've heard about the caveats. We've heard about the restrictions, the easements. Have you a value to give us?
Well, I don't think we can accurately estimate a value until we test it, and it's been tested for 12 years and unable to generate any potential value. I know at one point about 6 years ago, the owner attempted to advertise it.
Okay, thank you.
Development and never saw a single offer, but interested in.
I think we lost Mr. Neufeld.
No, somebody got my phone.
Thank you. I think I've got the answer.
Thank you. Ms. Linklater?
Yes. So, Mr. Neufeld, in your brief on pages, sorry, I'm just scrolling up. Second picture on page 6, is that on the upper floor?
No, page 6 is the lower level. It's the main level. Yes.
Okay, and page 7 then, it shows a lunchroom and storage.
Yes.
Yes, and the same on page 8.
Yeah, page 8 is a duplicate. One top picture is a duplicate of page 7, and the bottom picture is another part of the upper level that shows the storage and the roof access.
Okay, and you are asking to have the second floor treated as essentially basement storage.
That's correct.
Okay. I don't think you would know this, but I'm going to throw it out. I'm just curious. This is a much newer, this is Access Credit Union, as the first property was. Their basement was vacant, I believe you said. And I'm curious as to why this one would have all of these paper files. Is this used as a general storage area for all of the credit unions?
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, obviously that would require me to go look in those boxes, and I'm not allowed to do that. I think it's only for this branch. And, anything would just be a guess. Probably they haven't got around to deleting it, would be my guess. And, and you know what else is, the date of those pictures too. They might be from my first inspection where Mr. Ruda and I went out, which would have dated them. Yeah, well, that's why. I do have an answer to your question. Those are from 2013, those pictures. So I think they've been cleaned out.
So that's when you last inspected it?
No, that's when I took those pictures. Maybe I'm just being a bit dramatic to show you what it's been used for. I've been in there more recently, and I'm just wanted to see if we had updated pictures to send you. We had somebody in there a month and a half ago, and I can answer the question, what's in there now, in 30 seconds. Pictures of okay, I would take too long. We recently did an appraisal for all access credit unions across Manitoba. So we were in there. My daughter actually did the valuation, and I was just looking for her pictures to see if she had an update of what's in there, and I can't find it.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sorry, is there a basement in this building as well?
No, there is not.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question. Thank you. Is there a need for summary from either party? Yeah, sorry, that's where we are.
Not for me, thank you.
I just briefly, I think I've told you my issues are, and the concept of land and the value is this was purchased as for frontage site, and they did manage to sell rearage site that was marketable. The rest is just not marketable. If years ago, and now I can say this because this is summation, and I can tell you how we look at things. One of my first appraisal assignments, I thought we could add the value of land and add the value of the building, and we would have a number. And my mentor yelled at me, and he says, "We don't do that. You can't take two parts and add it together and have value." And it was a very important lesson. Unless you can prove you can carve it off and do a hypothesis as to what that value would be once it's sold, and then what the costs are to bring it here, considering all the restrictions on title, then one may be able to bring forward an opinion of value. But we already know half the answers, which are no, there's no interest. So we're going to have to go with negligible value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will take a short recess this time.
We're alive.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Next matter on the docket, 803 Leela Avenue. Please proceed when you are ready.
That is file number 22-2298, roll number 110508642000, 803 Leela Avenue. This is a partially owner-occupied credit union. Unova Credit Union is the primary tenant. Again, we have it classified as a bank. It's a single story, constructed in 1989. Went through a fairly significant renovation, and thus has an effective year built in 2005. My notes indicated this one was previously a restaurant. So that sale that you see on page 2, June 9, 2010 for $1 million. I believe that was Unova purchasing it from the restaurant. They subsequently did a pretty extensive renovation to it. I think the permit value was roughly $550,000 to convert it from the restaurant into the bank. Subject photos show the overhead as well as the front-facing view. You can see the Unova sign and the sign underneath there. I believe it's for a credit union. Or sorry, not a credit union. It's an insurance company. I think I have in my notes here. One. So two income streams here, two separate rates. The first one on page 5 we're on here now. This is for the secondary tenant, not for the credit union. So we have a lower rate assigned, 2,223 square feet at $17.26. Because it is OFS parameters, you'll see that vacancy is different. However, expenses and shortfall remain the same. And then the capitalization rate of 5.25% drives the value for that income stream at $646,000. The next page is the income stream for the bank. Like I said, this is the primary tenant, so 4,113 square feet. They're also the owner. We have it modeled at $25.93, which again I think is quite reasonable for this this property. Vacancy of 2%, expenses 3%, shortfall of $8, and a capitalization rate of 5.6, deriving 1.798 round to 1.799 million. Combine the two streams together and you get $2,445,000. I've included the income and expense information towards the bottom of my brief here. Again, I'm showing that it is partially owner occupied, and the tenant here, Brio Insurance, they're listed as, are paying a net rate of $18 a foot, which means our modeled rate of, we have $17 and change, seems to be pretty accurate. So I will be recommending the model value be maintained today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Neufeld, do you have any questions for the assessor?
Yes, I do. What did you say was the name of the tenant?
Income and expense mailer showing Brio.
Okay, and have you researched the other Unova and Access credit unions to see if that same tenant exists in their other buildings?
No, I didn't do that.
You're not aware of the business relationship between the two?
No, I'm not.
Okay, with that now, are you and you're asserting? Are you asserting that this is an open market transaction?
To my knowledge, this is a arm's length net lease. Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I was just looking over. I think we're going to hear about them again in a few minutes, so we'll save that question then for later. Now, have you been in the building?
I have not.
And what's the separation between the tenant and the owner? Are they partitioned? Do you or demised? Do you know?
I can't say.
Okay. And you, in your workup, have different calculations of revenue stream. Can these two pieces be sold separately?
I don't believe they would be sold separately.
Well, would an investor break this down the same way you have with different vacancy, different cap rate, different shortfall, or would they consider the building as a whole?
They would likely do something akin to our page 7 and blend the rates to come up with one rate for the entire property.
Well, you're making then the assumption they would start with separate valuations and then blend them, or would they just treat them as one?
I can't say how a potential investor might look at this,
Okay.
because I wouldn't say there's just one way to look at it.
And could the insurance company occupy the bank space and vice versa? Do you know?
Hypothetically, sure.
Well, I'm just, if you have knowledge of whether they could, okay.
I don't have any knowledge as to why they couldn't, I suppose.
And the capitalization rate, you pick the model has selected this.
Correct.
This is the lowest one we've seen so far. And again, the question is, do you know what market indicators go to create this? Is this an age issue based on your effective year, or are there other issues?
I would say likely the effective year.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mann.
Just one question on the cap rate for the rental area. Would that have been, and I'm looking, sorry, I'll tell you, I'll direct you where I'm looking, page 8 of your brief. Would that have been, I guess, modeled of the capitalization rate for suburban B office, or would it have been in the retail aspect, as I think you said it's an insurance company?
That's a good question, because like I said, it used to be a restaurant property right before it was converted.
Right.
So I can't say definitively if it's based off of solely one or solely the other. In my opinion, these properties generally fall kind of in a combination of the two.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winkler.
I have no questions.
I have no questions either. Mr. Neufeld, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. So this was trying to remember if this is Olive Garden or Red Lobster, one of them.
This was Red Lobster.
Red Lobster, okay. And I guess it kind of begs the question of why do we have a bank classification when you can take a Red Lobster and convert it? And the answer, it's just a building. It's just real estate. Now you'll note from the pictures that the land area provides for no parking whatsoever. So what they've done with this is it's part of a larger complex that was designed with Lobster and Olive Garden in front, and I believe it was Future Shop in the rear. And when Red Lobster and Olive Garden went under, the owner kept the rest of the land, sold the pad sites, but gave the operators a lease on the land between them for parking. And so one side became the credit union, the other side became a Salisbury house. The lease was based on operating costs only, which is the share of taxes attributed to the land. So that's why in our valuation, you haven't seen this come up as an additional cost, because it's based on a recovery, based on a contractual arrangement. And but it really begs the question is how could the model even come up with a value for a property without land unless you prepared this separately, and that's why the model in this case is wildly inaccurate, because it does not contemplate situations like this, and the modeling in general deals with properties where if you have 200,000 houses and you're trying to put a model on it, you're probably going to get most of them right. But if you have unique commercial properties, you're going to get most of them wrong, and that's why we're at appeal. Just to be philosophical about it. The rents we've chosen, again, just came from our experience with it, and this neighborhood is not as good as every neighborhood in the city, and it's just based on demographics. Usually the south outperforms the north and the east and the west for rates. The vacancy we've calculated the same way, treated as an office, and used the Johnson report, who surveys thousands of properties and gives you his data for you to review and be transparent about it. We've capped it in a way that's transparent. We have no model to hide behind and tell you the modeler did it. The best rates, as we said again, would be 6%. And the major risk on this property is the fact that the rights to the parking were established by contract and not protected by the right of quiet enjoyment. They could change. There's no, they have a lease in place for cost recovery, which it's not like the same thing as having a fee simple title on it. And in our mind, that's a major risk, that they're not guaranteed rights, they're just contractual. And again, if you've ever been involved with people losing their premises because they don't have the right of quiet enjoyment, it's a major issue. What that is sorry, it's if you have the right of quiet enjoyment in your lease, if the property goes bankrupt, the trustee still has to honor the arrangement. So there is no protection in this case. The shortfall has been calculated by the same way, which is very highly skewed to the cost of carrying taxes if it became vacant, and then adding in the utilities. I repeat, if your model number doesn't come in with the same rent per square foot, don't expect that your shortfall should, because it should be a variable. So we have this as again, it's a property without land, rents its parking, and the rents. Incidentally, the assessor did mention about the relationship between what he thought the tenant was paying fair market rent, and it's not. They're in every one of the properties. The Sonova had an ongoing arrangement with the insurance company for co-location, and it's in Main Street. It's now in 515 St. Anne's. It's in I'm trying to remember all the sites. It's in 1450 Mcphillips. I
think we get it. You don't have to.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, but aside from that, this is argues to the point that, there's no such thing as a bank. If you can take a Red Lobster and turn it into a bank, we cannot accept this as a class. Thank you. That's my presentation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Comfort, do you have any questions for Mr. Neufeld?
I do, thank you. So is Brio Insurance, are they owned? Is it the same owner as Sonova? They had some commonality. So Sonova and Brio's former incarnation had a commonality of directors, and this is from memory going back about 8-9 years ago. So I don't know if that still exists after all the mergers that have taken place. Yeah, because Sonova is now under the umbrella of Crosstown, correct? Or Access? Well, there was a merger, Access, Crosstown, Sonova, and Noventus. Yes, I don't even know what their new name is. I should check. I have it right here in front of me, but it's they're going under Access. Okay. Do Red Lobsters have vaults?
Red Lobsters?
Yeah.
No, their physical limitations would be the kitchen space with the hoods, and I think that was the major issue on the renovation, was dealing with the hoods.
Do Red Lobsters have drive-through ATMs?
No.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matt.
No, I have nothing. Thank you.
Select letter?
I would just like to redirect to Mr. Cupfer.
Sure.
Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Cupfer, I just am curious, because there was this overall renovation in 2010 on this building, correct?
That's what my notes indicated. Yes.
Yes, and it was 500,000 had indicated also?
Yeah, the note on the permit, I think, had 540,000 for renovations, presumably to take it from that restaurant into a bank.
Okay. So I guess I'm curious why we have, or why you have assigned, or the model has assigned two different cap rates.
Two different cap rates within the same building. It would be based on the classification between bank and OFS. Our model uses, like I said, different vacancy, different cap, depending on those parameters. So I guess we're indicating here that the OFS has a slightly lower cap rate at 5.25. I don't really have a better answer for you than that.
Okay, thank you.
And I have no questions. So is there a need for a summary?
No, thank you.
Mr. Newville?
I'll probably refer to it later. I think we have some common issues to restate later.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we will move on to the next matter, which is 2526 Main Street. Mr. Kupfer, whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, this is file number 22-2304, roll number 0500942415, 2526 Main Street. This is, again, I believe, a partially owner-occupied bank building with a secondary tenant. A 2023 modeled assessment of $3,105,000 for this one-story bank built in 2010, with a leasable area of just over 8,000 square feet. Pages 2 and 3 give you a good idea of what the bank looks like, with the overhead and the front facing. It's kind of located in a shopping center area there, with the gas station next to it and the shoppers on the other side. But again, it is standalone. It's got a decent amount of parking and that drive-through ATM. Similar to our previous property, we have two income streams, 5,500 square feet distributed to the bank at $25.81 per foot. Standard model parameters, driving a value of $2,373,000. Our secondary space here, 2,501 square feet, at a lower rate of $17.38. Again, model parameters are slightly different between the OFS and the bank streams. Page 7 shows the blended or merged rates and the total estimated market value. The income and expense mailer here will look similar to the last one that we reviewed. Again, partially owner occupied, with, again, I believe an exact $18 a foot net rent in place. They list JJ Reich and Associates as the tenant on this one. not sure if that's up to date or not. It didn't seem consistent with what I saw in the Google Photos, but that's what I have for information on this one. So at this time, we are going to recommend that the model value be maintained. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Any questions?
Yes. Were you involved with the settlement on this for previous years that occurred in May?
I had not reviewed this property in any way previous to this Board of Revision hearing.
Okay. And oops. And the tenant in here was JJ Reich, and do you know what business they're in?
No, I don't.
Okay. So again, the workup is model generated,
Right.
and you've got multiple revenue streams and calculations in the same building, correct?
Correct.
And you're not aware if there's a demising wall between the insurance company and the bank, or sorry, the credit union.
No, I'm not.
Have you ever inspected this property?
I have not.
Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mann, any questions?
No, thank you.
Ms. Linkletter?
No questions.
Nor do I. And Mr. Neufeld, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. The site was carved out of a larger parcel, and if you'll note on page 1, it's common ownership for all 3 portions of the parcel. And those are the corner site, sorry, the L-shaped site. The corner itself is the service station and convenience store at the corner of Red River and Main, and that's owned by a different party. Whereas the credit union purchased the other 3, the other lots, and then subdivided them into 3. And they sold off the lot to the south and kept the one to the north, which is 20, which is their building as well. I'm probably going to get those addresses wrong, but they sold one and kept the other. And this one has the bank and the insurance company in it. But I guess the reason I'm telling you this is because this is an economic unit. It's essentially a, I don't know what you'd call it. It's not a strip mall, maybe a neighborhood shopping center, community shopping center, with a, hopefully their bank is, they hope to be the anchor, but one of the other building is actually office. And all the users in this are office, except, well, sorry, I've been sitting too long. All the owners are office, and we would consider the subject to be office as well. There was some history to this in terms of the original plan area, but I think we eventually got that straightened out. The interior of this building is, the last time I was there, which was about 3 years ago, the insurance company had to operate the same hours as the bank because there was no demising, and there is only they do not have their own entranceway. There's a side entrance, front entrance, and a rear entrance, and all of them go to the bank, and the insurance company is partitioned off. So they must maintain the same hours. It's not demised, physically demised. And what I mean demised is the insurance company doesn't have the option of having their own hours of operation. They live with whatever the bank decides to do, and they must shut down. So it's not a typical relationship. It's very common to these Sonova locations that's how they operated. And we've used a rent which is actually somewhat similar to what the assessor has, and it's those really the issues that at stake here. I'm not sure if we would be debating it. I think their number, when I'm looking at it, is virtually the same, $2,000 difference in income. So we are on the same page there, and the difference being the vacancy rate and shortfall and capitalization. And on the vacancy side, again, there's no such thing as a bank rate. Never has been. I don't think there ever will be. It has to be assessed based on the category it falls into. Johnson Report classes it as office. Colliers would classify it based on the building and the neighborhood it's in. In this case, it's an office neighborhood, so it would be classified as such. We've used office vacancy rates, a blend of the overall rate and the suburban mean for 8.45%. And that would be the number to use. And just to point out that the other property that they have, which is 2512 Main, has suffered major vacancy issues. So that would be an indication of what the office market is really like. But we're using the Johnson Report, not the actual economic performance of this project. Shortfall is based on our estimate of what the taxes would be, and then adding in utilities and nominal number for repair and maintenance, the cost of keeping this, maintaining the space as vacant. Capitalization rate is a little bit lower than what we've seen, and that's due to the newer construction, which when you compare this to the other units you've seen with the build date of 2010, it doesn't feature the obsolescence that the other locations have. So it's just pure working space. So that's one of the reasons it was capped lower. The problems on it are, again, the difficulty of conversion. It's a very unique structure. The way it's designed with, if you look at the top of it, page 1, the ribbon, as I call it, that runs across the top is just decorative. It covers the approaches at both ends. It's making a statement, and alternate use, maybe that's adaptable, maybe that's not. The access is an issue, and because it depends on the shared access. Now you'll note that the problem sorry, not the problem, but the issue with the access is that they're depending on access from the other properties with access agreements, and so it's a small negative factor. Nothing, we haven't really deducted a lot for that, probably 1/10 of a point off the cap for that. It's a bit different than a fee simple title. So we think a fair rate would be 6.75%. And again, this is just alternate use considerations, and what are you going to do with it? The mistake we have here, in which I just want to clarify something. On page 1, we have listed the 2020 assessment at $2,455,000. That was very recently changed, and we have an agreement at $2,107,000. Not bringing that up for value, just correcting an error. That was the previous assessment, $2,107,000. However, a comment to make was, I don't understand why anyone would consider that a 30% increase in value, or sorry, 50% increase in value is reasonable in this our current economic climate. Thank you. That's my presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Cuthbert, do you have any questions for Mr. Goodall?
I noticed there's no photos. This one, did you get a chance to inspect it? Do you know why there's no photos taken of the demising you're making an issue of?
You know what? We do have photos, and I was looking for those while we were on break, and I mentioned that they're in a different file. So the person who put this together didn't catch them. They're in 2536 Main, which was the building to the north, owned by the same group. So I'd gladly send them to you, but as soon as I find them. I was in there myself and took the photos, and in 40 below weather measuring the outside of it, because the original assessment had the dimensions incorrect. They had measured the area of the ribbon, which is not area. One of my bad memories of working life, but we do have them.
Are we in agreement then that the $18 a foot net rate that's being charged, despite the two businesses not being completely unrelated, is a reasonable market rate for that office space?
Yeah, I think we're in general agreement on the rental estimate on the site. Again, the difference is about a 1% difference. So I certainly wouldn't argue that. I'm not agreeing with you, and I don't think you're agreeing with me, but I don't think there's an argument here.
Okay, that's my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann.
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. Linkletter?
No questions. Thank you.
I have no questions. Thank you. Is there a need for summary?
No, thank you.
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. We'll proceed to the next matter, which is 1450 Mcphillips Street. Mr. Cuffer, please proceed when ready.
Hey, this is file number 22-2308, roll number 0500941280. This is another Access Credit Union property that is primarily owner occupied, but I believe they're renting out a portion of it. It's a one-story constructed in 1980 with an effective year of 2014. Leasable area of just over 6,000 square feet, and a 2023 modeled assessment of $2,240,000. Page 2 of my brief provides an overhead view of the property, and page 3 shows the street level view. I'm showing a sale on record here from 2012. $2,150,000. Page 4 has again the same list of comparable bank properties that I think compare quite well to this one. Again, it's standalone with a secondary tenant, lots of parking area, that sort of thing. Page 5 in my brief has the income stream for the bank, 4,134 square feet at $22.89, which again is a very reasonable rate for what you see these banks renting for. And your standard modeled parameters regarding vacancy expenses. And this one has a 5.45% cap, deriving a value for the bank stream of $1,638,000. Page 6, this one is not an OFS, it's an OFM stream, so dental medical clinic. I believe this one is a medical clinic, maybe perhaps a walk-in clinic. I can verify that in a bit. High quality finish, 1,869 square feet of space, $18.22 modeled rent, 5.5% vacancy, same expenses in shortfall, and a lower capitalization rate at 5.05%, deriving $602,000 in value. Add them together and you get the modeled assessment of $2,240,000, which is what's showing on page 7, the merged value. I've included again the income and expense mailer towards the bottom of my brief that shows that there is one tenant. It's partially owner occupied, and again it is a net lease, and again it is renting for $18 a foot net. which means our model of $18.22, I believe I said it was, is again very close to being right on the money. So at this time, we are going to recommend our 2023 assessment be maintained at $2,240,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Do you have any questions? I believe you're muted.
Sorry. You brought up the sale. Do you know anything about the sale, the details?
I didn't get a chance to look into it, no.
Okay. And what was this before it was became a credit union?
I didn't check that either.
Okay, so you weren't aware that it was a restaurant as well prior to it being developed for a bank?
No, but I believe that.
Okay. And in this case, again, we have multiple revenue streams. This time it's a medical clinic. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm showing a walk-in medical clinic.
Okay. And are the units demised? Do you know?
I can't say I didn't inspect it.
Okay. And in this case, the medical clinic has I take it page 7 are all, sorry, pages 4, 5, 6, and 7 are all from the model.
Correct.
And in this case, the model is suggesting 5.05% for a medical office. Is that correct? That's all modeled?
That's correct.
No, doesn't that fall below your percentiles? Your 20th and 80th?
It does fall outside the 20th, yes.
And how much support is there for these percentiles that fall outside the range? Have you seen the statistical analysis?
No, I didn't do that statistical analysis.
Do you know what the standard of deviation was in it?
I can't say that either, no.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
No questions. I have no questions. Right, Mr. Neufeld, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. The site was a rib shack. I believe that was its first use. Just trying to remember if there was something else in there before a rib shack. And when it came on the market, the motivation for purchase was not real estate value, it was business value. This was Crosstown's acquisition, and I worked, I was their advisor since 2003-4, working with Peter Enns, who did this, and he said we base our decision on, we looked at our membership, where do they live, and we have to get a site in there. So it was a business motivated purchase decision, and they liked the layout, so they could put in their site. It was a bit big for them. They ended up renovating it, and in this case, because this was Crosstown's project, not Synova's, the rear spaces where the medical office are now were separately demised. And when they opened their doors just trying to remember the date that they opened for business, in and around 2014, 2015, those spaces sat vacant for about 3 or 4 years because there was really no interest, and eventually they did find the tenant. So that does speak to its marketability. I won the door prize on grand opening. That's why it sticks with my memory. The rates we're using are very similar to what we've used at the other sites, converted restaurants and locational issues, and they do differ slightly from what the assessor has. I'm guessing that their model because they think that if you take an old restaurant and you renovated it, you must change the effective year. So that would probably indicate our difference in rental rates and possibly cap rates, just speculating there. But that's just entirely incorrect. That doesn't make the building younger. They still are dealing with an original age 1980 building with renovations. That's not the way you value properties based on age. You do a market study. And so our market study came up with very little difference, some conformity to the last renovated restaurant and the last new built site, all with the same general concept of being an office use in a more residential oriented neighborhood. Again, the vacancy rate is derived from office, which it is occupied by. And interesting is that the Johnson report does have a medical office, and I believe we put that in our workup. Yes, on page 6. And you'll note that the sample size is very, very small. And one of the problems with the Johnson and the medical and the small sampling, as I mentioned before, is small means less accurate. And also there's a lot more owner occupants in there. And the Johnson in office doesn't differentiate between investment category and owner occupied category. So if you had a situation where an office owner had vacant space and he was occupying the whole building, that's not going to get reported. We knowing this and knowing how the report was and consulting with Mr. Johnson, we're very comfortable that the parameters based on the classed space are much more reasonable on investment space. And they also coincide with what Collier's does in our own analysis. The concept of looking for a vacancy rate is not worrying about what the user's doing with it. It's worrying about what the investor can do. Is it being placed on the market? Is being offered for rent? That's where the genesis comes from, not from speculation. And so again, the numbers are banks categories don't exist. Medicals do exist. In a joint building, it's default to office. Shortfall was the calculation based on actual cost to carry, and the taxes, again, the highest component. The cap rate was derived from our analysis on page 2. And, just point out that for us, 6.75 is a fairly low number and does represent a good investment value because the 6% doesn't exist. This would be something that a REIT might be looking at, and the way they do their cost basis. Most of the rates are going to come in the mid 6s on decent properties, and we have it at 6.74. Probably the major knock was the conversion on it, and it's just not perfect. They did raise the roof as part of their work, and we're still not up to 515 St. Anne's, but they've had problems with thermal issues with the raised roof, and it's a common design that their architect gave them. So knowing that this is a deficiency, we didn't give it the perfect cap rate, and that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kupfer, do you have any questions for Mr. Newfeld?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Mann?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Ms. Linklater?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Nor do I. Does anyone have the need for a summary at this time?
No, thank you.
Okay, does anyone need a short break or can we proceed to the next matter?
I'm good to go.
Okay, we'll move on to the next matter on the docket. 1366 Henderson Highway. Mr. Kupfer, please proceed when you are ready.
Hey, this is file number 22-2700, roll number 0400090820, 1366 Henderson Highway. This one, I believe, is a Cambrian credit union, but it's not owner occupied. We do have a net lease in place. It's a one-story bank constructed in 2007, no effective age added, 6,100 square feet of leasable area, and a 2023 modeled assessment of $2,966,000. Pages 2 and 3 give you an idea of what the building looks like. Again, fairly new. It's a nice building. Only one income stream, as there's only one tenant. It's the bank. 6,100 square feet of leasable area. It's being modeled at $29.58 per foot. Again, our standard bank parameters regarding vacancy, expenses, and shortfall. And this one has a 5.75% cap rate, which derives our value of $2,966,000. Scrolling down through my brief, 1 second here. We have the income and expense information that's been submitted. Scrolling all the way down to our master rent roll, we can see 6,000 square feet area lease at $34 a foot. So our modeled rate of $29 and change seems to be fairly accurate, if anything, a little bit on the lower end. So I will be recommending that our assessment be maintained today at $2,966,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Neufeld, any questions?
Yeah. On the income and expense form, did you take into account the calculation of the inducements on the rent?
No.
Okay, and I note that it says that the lease began in 2006. So as of 2021, that's 15 years in. Do you know whether or not this was stepped up or those renewed at any point?
Nope, I'm just looking at the rents being paid for the reference year there, reference date.
Okay. Sorry, I'm stalling, trying to find out something here. Oh, okay. I'm just wondering, I know that it changed hands recently, but you don't have that sale?
No, I'm not aware of any recent sale.
Okay. Just 1 second here. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mann.
On the master rent roll that's been included on page 12 of your brief, the tenant inducement of $200,000, that's amortized over the life of the lease, or how is that reflected in the income statement?
My understanding is leasehold improvements are generally amortized over the length of the lease, but tenant inducements and leasing commissions, they aren't something that get factored into a market value calculation using the income approach. So it's not something we would take into account.
Thank you.
Is that clear? No questions. I have no questions. So Mr. Neufeld, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. When we reviewed the financials on this and discussed this with the owner, we knew it had changed hands, and I'm not sure why the transaction wasn't reported. Potentially it could be post-reference, and I guess it's not relevant. But the statement, and if you look at what the assessor has presented, in my mind, provided us no certainty as to how this all transpired. And so what we did is we looked at just the market value as though unencumbered by this, because there was too much what we call creative financing. And I don't mean that in a negative sense. It just means that there's too much there to that we haven't been able to clarify. For example, the question the board member asked about amortizing. Now, if you take those expenses, and you'll note that the owner was amortizing $50,000 a year of expenses and of tenant improvements. We don't know. We haven't seen the balance sheet that shows was an account created where the income goes to that's separate from income related to the property, and how was the tax treatment for it. Normally, when we have the statements, and we have seen them for several years, we do get access to the balance sheets, and just to determine how this was treated, whether it's income or not. So in our mind, what we're looking at is, we have an income stated that potentially was $204,000, yet $50,000 of it could have been going to an expense category, and we didn't have it, so we just ignored it. And that's what we have to do. We have to go to the market. So we picked a number based on very, very similar to the last 3 or 4 that you've heard in the north part of Winnipeg at $23 a foot as being market value. The mistake a lot of people make is to say that you're supposed to look at the fee simple, and our act doesn't say fee simple, it says market value. So with the market value as unencumbered, if we went back on, this old agreement wouldn't bear much weight. We'd have to consider the value of it now. And then the major reason, though, is this is, in this case, it would probably be like a least fee value, which isn't something we were prepared to look at. So the same number as the rest of them, same concept on vacancy. Banks don't have special vacancies. Shortfall has to reflect the property. I'm wondering if one day someone's going to come before you and say, my rent's only $6 a foot, so that $8 shortfall is too much for me. You should cut it down. Well, they won't, because they're just getting a break. But that's not equitable. That's not the way. Assessments don't have to be equitable in value. They have to be equitable in their concept and in their calculation. And this shortfall rate is not equitable. It hasn't been prepared properly. Capitalization. We again look towards the lower end of the market. That's about the lowest I believe you should see for retail like this or office like this. And one of the reasons being is that, as we worked it through on page 2, there weren't a lot of really large negative factors. It's got a good sized lot, and it's offset in the side of the lot rather than center located. So there might be potential for pad site down the road. Those are the sort of things we look at. Henderson Highway location with some rearage land, and but to be clear, 5% does not exist. And real transactions would be in the neighborhood of in the 6s. Thank you. That's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cuthbert. Do you have any questions for Mr. Neufeld?
Can you clarify for me why, again, you chose to omit the income and expense information that we had for this property, and why you chose a rent that's $11 a foot lower than what we know they're actually paying on a net basis?
Well, no, because that's not quite accurate, the way you characterize the question, because we don't know that's what they're paying. what I'm saying is that you need the balance sheet to determine if this money goes into a recovery account on capital side, because that's generally what properties do with these amortization of tenant improvements. Is they'll call it a capital expense and hold it on the books, and then they'll take the amortization of the tenant improvements, the $50,000, and they'll put it into that account, and then it does not go to earnings. It's taken out of the equation. It's like is what they're doing. So I don't have that statement here, and that's one of the reasons that we're not doing it. But it's fuzzy enough that it's and I don't have this statement because my client didn't own the building at this point, I believe. I'm just looking, where's the address of where this mailer was sent? Capital signed for it, but do you have the mailer where it was addressed to?
I only have what's present in the brief right before you there.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, you have it addressed to capital. The ownership is it's actually a company called P3 that owns it. That's what just took me at a loss. So we don't have whatever statements were submitted in the past, then we don't have. But the way it's structured looks to me to be like they ran a separate balance sheet with the loan on the side.
Okay, I have no other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Mann?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
I have no questions. Nor do I. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next matter, which is 515 St. Anne's Road. Mr. Tucker, whenever you're ready, please proceed.
This is file number 22-2319, roll number 0802-096-8300, 515 St. Anne's Road. This is another Access Credit Union bank property. It's constructed in 2005, has a leasable area of 5,700 square feet, all on one story, and a modeled 2023 assessment of $1,548,000. I'm showing no recent sales, again, for this property. Pages 2 and 3 give you an idea of what it looks like. Again, it looks like it was fairly recently renovated. It's in good shape from what I can see from the outside. Page 4 has the same rent comparables we've been discussing all morning. Again, standalone buildings compared with standalone buildings. Page 5 of my brief has our income workup. So we're calling the main area there 3,000 square feet at a modeled rate of $28.12. And we're also attributing some value for the substandard basement at $3.79 a foot. Standard vacancy expenses and shortfall for our bank parameters and a 5.75% cap rate derives our modeled assessment of $1,548,000. Scrolling down towards the bottom of my brief, as always, I've attached the income and expense mailer, confirming that this is fully owner occupied, so we have no leases in the building to go off of. We're just using the model, and the expenses are listed before you. At this time, I'm going to recommend that the 2023 assessment be maintained. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Neufeld, do you have any questions for the assessor?
Yes, I'm just wondering, I'm looking at page 5, and in this case, let's reach over here. you've got a basement listed and it's being called substandard, and I'm wondering how this differs from some of the other basements that you've brought in today, where the rents were attributed to them were considerably higher. How does one get to be substandard?
I believe the only other basement rate that we discussed today was also substandard basement, and it was in the $4 and change rate, so it wasn't drastically different.
Okay. And have you sorry, just bear with me 1 second. I just have you been in the have you read the previous the file on this property from previous assessments?
I did not make any notes about the previous assessments, so.
Were you then not aware of the ongoing issues with the HVAC system and the windows?
I'm not aware of any issues with the HVAC or the windows.
Okay, well, I believe that this was resolved, that the values were resolved in case management, and that was a factor that was discussed. So, and you haven't followed up by reviewing the file?
No, I'm not even sure who did that case management.
And what I was looking for was at the time it was built, I knew that there was a tenancy in there. Do you have a history of the mailers by any chance?
No, not on hand.
Okay, just sorry, I should probably find out what I'm talking about first before I ask you, shouldn't I? Okay. Okay, no other questions then.
Thank you. Mr. Mann, any questions?
No, thank you.
Ms. Linkletter?
Mr. Cupper, did you inspect this property?
I haven't, no.
Okay. Do you know the last time it was?
Not off the top. No, not offhand, no.
Okay, so you don't have any notes or anything of the condition of the building?
Nothing offhand. No, it would take me some time to dig it up. Our system's pretty slow.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, thank you. I have no questions at this time. So, Mr. Neufeld, please proceed with your presentation.
Yes, thank you. The building was built in 2005 for its current purpose. It did have a basement, and as of more recent history, the basement is now again empty, being that it was originally for record storage. And it was Crosstown was the original user for it. The ongoing problem with the building has to do with the yes, on my page 2, the street view. It has an elevated. I don't know what the name is for this, but it just sticks up out of the body, and it's windowed up there. And it was the design feature that you also saw in their building at 1450 Mcphillips. They've had after 2 years, they had air conditioning system failure because it couldn't handle the heat, and then they had to replace the units. And then in the wintertime, they had to add baseboard heaters because the furnace couldn't keep up with the loss in temperature above. So they just suffered from design defects, and they've managed to mitigate them with additional expenses. And I think that just based on that generally the condition is inferior. And I was just looking for dates to give you because I've been involved with this property since it was built. They were one of my clients going back to 2003, and it's been a problem building from the beginning. The rent we looked at was below market, just because of the additional operating costs that were being considered. And the basement is not rentable. It's I guess after 20 years of dealing with people saying basements have value, we just kind of like, okay, we'll put a small value on it because it's not really pertinent. The way I look at it is that the rent should be about $23 on the main and $0 on the basement. So, you know, to avoid the argument, we put $20 on the main, $3 on the basement. And the funny thing about it is that after Shortfall, it actually comes to a lower value. But again, it's the leasable area in the basement, and most of these properties, when they've gone through the tax system, have been to the municipal board and been resolved with case management, and it's always just been we come to an agreement on it and negotiate a settlement number on it. It makes no sense. It's not market, but you know, this is the system is imperfect. So this is how we've dealt with it over the years, is to look at, in my mind, I look at the basement might have some value to the upper level, but it's only the upper value that's rentable. But that's how it's written up. But the lower number was based on putting it lower end of the range for quality. Just because it's new doesn't mean it's good. Same issue in the vacancy and the shortfall numbers. The selection of the cap, we didn't put the structural, or sorry, the condition issues as being an issue because they've been looked after in the rental rate. The money's been spent already on remedies, and the operating costs are higher. So in the world of real estate, tenants pay gross, landlords receive net. So we looked at this as saying, you know, if we use a lower rent, it's going to account for the fact that the operating costs are going to run $1 higher because you got to have baseboard heat to supplement your bad furnace, and that's that just drives the rent lower. So if you've already looked after this issue in rent, then you don't have to look after it in the cap rate, which is why we used we didn't make an issue of it there. And the cap rate upon review, we on page 2 had it at 6.98%. This particular property could go as low as 6.75, like some of the other ones, because we've addressed the problems in the rental rate. I could give you a new number, but I'm probably thinking more myself around 6.75, not 7. I like to be consistent, and that number works up to $791,259, $791,259, and rounded to $791,000. It's my presentation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cuthbert, do you have any questions for Mr. Neufeld?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Mann?
None, thank you.
Ms. Linklater?
So, Mr. Neufeld, you're talking about these design issues in the building,
Yes.
and that there was, I'm assuming, some considerable cost, or do you have any idea of the cost?
I think that the air conditioner unit was replaced under builder's warranty after a complaint. I think they increased the tonnage a bit, but it's still not adequate on hot days. But it hasn't blown lately.
Okay,
And the baseboards were, I don't know if they were replaced in builder's warranty or they were just installed. Baseboards are fairly inexpensive. I think in this case, the capital costs were more were rather low. It's the operational costs that increased.
Okay, so then are you saying that this design flaw has not been solved?
No, it not at all. It's not solved. This is just one of those borderline areas where you think, is this a cap issue? Is this a rent issue? And ultimately, it's probably closer to being a rent issue, because it just means you have to spend more money on heating and cooling every year than your neighbor, and which means you're going to get a lower rent on the market. And on the cap side, it could have been looked at there, or it could have been looked at on rent. I'm not doing these workups anymore. I'm just getting them and thinking them through. But so I'm not making stuff up or guessing here, but this is a legitimate problem to say, is this a cap or is this a rent problem? I don't think rent either is fine, but they chose the rent, and that's fine.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. And I have no questions. Is there a need for summary?
No, thank you.
No.
Sure. So we're going to take a short break. That's fine. Thank you.
Hey, we are live.
All right, welcome back. The next matter on the docket is 2785 Pembina Highway. Mr. Kupfer, please proceed when you are ready.
That is file number 22-3302, roll number 0306120510, 2785 Pembina Highway. This one is owned by Pembina Shops, and the tenant is BMO, Bank of Montreal, so it's not owner occupied. It's a one-story building constructed in 2007, 6,345 square feet of leasable area, and a 2023 modeled assessment of $2,720,000. Page 2 of my brief shows no recent sales for the property. An overhead view of the bank again shows it's a larger property. It's got lots of parking. It's got the drive-through ATM, those types of amenities. Page 3 of my brief shows the street view of the property as well as our rent comparable tables. Page 4 has our workup. Again, it's a bank, 6,345 square feet at a modeled rate of $26.32. And the remaining variables and parameters are all standard for the banks and the same that we've seen today. Only one income stream on this property as it's a single tenant lease. Scrolling all the way down to our commercial rent roll. Again, you can see that this is actually being rented for $33 a foot net as per our reference date. So our model is actually considerably lower in terms of the rental rate than what's actually being charged. Therefore, I am recommending that the assessment be maintained today, $2,720,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Neufeld, do you have any questions?
Yes. Are you aware that the subject property is part of a larger economic unit, which includes the bank next door, the Burger King, and the apartment block?
Nope.
And so does this ever come into effect on assessments where you have to consider the larger economic unit?
I can't speak to other assessments. It hasn't factored into this one.
Okay, well, it was just that's fine. It was just we've had a couple of properties today where they were part of a larger economic unit, and so my question would be, when it comes to disposing of them, the owner would prefer to sell, if he were to sell, the entire parcel, and I'm wondering if that concept is calculated in the model or if there's any way of dealing with it.
I don't believe so.
Okay, and you had mentioned the paid rent. Do you have any knowledge of how that rent was actually arrived at?
How it was arrived at? No, I don't.
Yeah. You don't. Okay. Those are my questions then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mann.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Linklater.
I have no questions. Thank you.
I have no questions either. Mr. Neufeld, please proceed with your presentation.
Yes, thank you. And I've written on my first page, this was a pure development deal that goes back from the age of the original construction, and that was 2007, and it's a 20-year deal, and it was based on a cost recovery model, which was the return on it was 10.16%, as I indicate on page 1. So, you know, this would be the sort of case, if you want to look at the paid rents, then you got to accept the rate of return at the time. But we're not doing that. Neither of us is doing that. So I just want to clarify those comments, because I don't think that it's appropriate that we talk about we're giving you a deal or it's being under assessed. This was an unusual transaction, and that's the history behind it. The rent that was put on this was $24, and you know what? I really appreciate the break, because I had a chance to look this over, and I remember discussing this exact property with the person who's preparing this and mulling over concepts of rent, and I disagree with $24. I actually agree with the assessor in this case. Yeah, we'll mark that one down. That's a rare event. But I accept his number, because I would have put it very, very close to what he has. It's in South Winnipeg, and in the time frame we're talking about, there was an improvement in this part of South Winnipeg and Fort Richmond, because the hinterland area, which was part of Waverly West, was kicking in, and there were transportation routes, and there was a lot of multifamily development happening on that strip of land between the Letellier line and Pembina Highway. I'm just going to modify my valuation and put in it's 167,000 for income. And I don't know if you want the number changes. I'll give them to you, and if you need me to repeat them, that's fine. But I have changed my net income to $167,000. I did not change the vacancy rate, nor the shortfall, nor the other numbers. That ended up with an NOI of $134,819. And I also think that due to its location, that the cap should be more aggressive. And an aggressive cap rate, it would be 6.75%. And the number comes out to, I have the rounded number here, 134,819 divided by 0.0675 is 1,997,319. That's 1,997,319 rounded to 1,997,000. And that's the same rationale we've used on all the rest of these properties. And I will have a summation. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Cuthbert, do you have any questions for Mr. Neufeld?
Just the same question I've already asked, I suppose. Why is the commercial rent roll not being included in your income brief?
Because it was a cost recovery. If you're going to use the rent derived from a cost recovery, then you have to use the rate of return. I would be pleased to use that rent and apply 10.16% on it as the return, because they go hand in hand. Build to suit. I've been handling property since 2008. The person who did the deal was John Prohl, who's got his office a few doors down from mine. We do the deals. We know we know what went into them.
I have no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Ms. Linkletter. I have no questions. I have no questions either. So does anyone have need for summary?
I will.
Thank you.
Okay. And I did say earlier that I was going to reserve some statements for later, and I hate to try everybody's patience. First, I have to tell you, I am not in good health right now. I thought I could make it through it. I'm just dying here. I got a blinding headache, and if I'm being miserable, I'm sorry. It's the rest of me catching up. I like these. I'm having problems talking, as you can see as well. So just please bear that in mind. But Visa doesn't give me sick days. What we've heard today are some variations on rents, and what we've stuck to is our concept of the rent that belongs in that neighborhood. And there are a lot of very unusual deals. Banks like this Owner occupied don't have rents, and the few that were brought up were, as you could see, when you read the statements or you hear what the evidence was presented, were development deals. It's just a mix in cases. I know which banks don't like the TIs, and I know which banks want their TIs financed. That's what they do, and so we have to distill it down to what the market should indicate. The vacancy disagreed all the way through because there's no such thing as a bank vacancy. You can't calculate it that way. How many of the buildings that we heard today used to be something else or could be something else? It's part of a larger portfolio of properties, and I slurred my speech sometime. They are generally considered to be office type properties, and in that mix, because that's the easiest conversion. However, some work on another scale. The conversion costs are just higher on that. Like to take a restaurant and turn it into a bank, that's just costs a little bit more. The shortfall, again, when you're dealing with the model, if there's a tight range of rents and values in place, you can use the same shortfall for properties. It won't make a major difference. But all of these that were presented to you today have been given rents that are much higher than the market average, and the shortfall has not been adjusted. The major cost component on a shortfall is the cost of property taxes while your building is empty. That is the definition of shortfall. It is the accurate way to do it. The non-recoverables, again and again, until 2020, we had peace. We were looking at a 2% for euphemistically called other, but I call replacement reserve, and 5%, which was called management, but accounts for non-recoverables. The assessor's model in that respect used to equal the market's model, both property managers, appraisal theory, and I think you've heard this story again and again, not just me, other people. Nothing's changed. And I think that the assessor's view of the 3% is based on limited information and failure to go to the market and verify and read statements. And I'm not saying this assessor's doing it or that assessor. It's the nature of mass appraisal where it's done on a desk basis. Sorry, I'm on my phone to do the Zoom because and it keeps ringing.
You're muted now, Rocky.
Mr. Neufeld? Yeah.
Okay, sorry. It was the same thing. So the issue of non-recoverables exists, and every property owner has to deal with it and absorb these costs. It's the cost of investment. The issue is very, very simple. Don't look at a model, look at the money. How much is going into that shareholders' hands? And this is what we do for a living. So I'm not off note here. This is the proper way to look at it. And lastly, the cap rates. I find it ironic that we're dealing with bank cap rates that the model has generated, that the bank to who it's being applied to would not grant a loan on that basis. They don't do loans where there isn't enough money coming in from the rent to pay for the mortgage. That's the bottom line. And when people start talking about these low rates, they're not allowing for the proper way that transactions work out. In our company, we've recognized it. And what we're trying to do is not just educate it, but deal with our clients who think that, well, I heard this guy down the street got this 4%, 5% cap. Okay, that's not the way it works. If there are some sort of benefit to it that comes down the road that doesn't come in from previous income, or there's some preferential financing, those can't be used to penalize the rest of the world who are traded on the basis of their proven income. And for the income approach to work, you have to remember we all have to remember that you still have to have a return on mortgage and a return on equity. The mortgage equity that we're talking about is in existence a long time before direct capitalization became the glib way to deal with cap rates. And last, you know, I was remembered one of the funniest things that ever happened to me is somebody called me up one day and said, "What are today's cap rates?" Like it was a menu item. And I said, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Don't talk to me. This is not the way we do cap rates. It's a detailed analysis, but we are here to help people make money on their investment, not come up with a rate that provides a negative return. So thank you very much for listening to me on my soapbox, and sorry I was so miserable today.
Thank you very much. We have heard all the items scheduled, and this hearing is now adjourned. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.